I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I'd like to apologize to our guests in our audience and our viewing audience. Sometimes we have meetings with last-minute things that have to get included on the agenda, and they take a little longer than we anticipated. So I apologize. I can assure you we're working hard to get the information ready for this session. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich heritage and history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. And with that, if you could stand for our moment of silent reflection and the national anthem. Please be seated. And Mr. Kelly, would you be able to conduct roll call, please?
Thank you and good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Councillor Giardini. Councillor Grills.
Here.
Councillor Yon.
Here.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
And Warren Emo.
Present.
You have quorum, sir.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none. So with that, I will begin my address. During the month of September, I attended 12 meetings on county business. I attended the Ontario East Municipal Conference from September 6th to the 8th, where the Director of Emergency Services and myself provided a presentation on the history and importance of RCVTAC. On behalf of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I also presented an update on the 7-in-7 Regional Housing Plan. Due to my attendance at OEMC, Deputy Warden Dan Lynch attended the official opening of the Science Collaboration Centre and the annual OCNI Suppliers Day banquet on Wednesday, September 6th. Thank you very much, Deputy Warden Lynch. The Science Collaboration Centre is a striking, world-class building on the Chalk River campus, which will provide collaborative workspace for CNL staff, visitors, and customers. The new facility is built with sustainability in mind and features mass timber construction, energy-efficient technology, and a modern and eye-catching design, not to mention the beautiful views of the Ottawa River and the surrounding landscape, which I'm assuming will be quite breathtaking in about 3 days when you look across the river. This is all part of CNL's vision to become a truly sustainable national laboratory, providing a modern campus environment that draws the attention of the world to Chalk River. On September 13th, during Welcoming Week 2023, I attended the Canadian Citizenship Reaffirmation Ceremony at the Petawawa Civic Centre along with Mayor Gary Service. Welcoming Week celebrates the spirit of unity, diversity, and the strong bond between Canada and its citizens. Mayor Murphy and I attended the Roma Board of Directors meeting on September 15th, and a report is forthcoming later in the agenda. The Huron County Road Supervisors Association hosted the 28th Association of Ontario Supervisors AOR's Provincial Safety Truck Rodeo on Wednesday, September 20th, 2023 at the Eastlink Arena in Clinton, Ontario. Lonnie Ledke of the Southwest Patrol placed third, so congratulations to him, and of course to Director Perkins and his staff for supporting this, but also in ensuring that our staff are trained and have the confidence to attend a provincial event and be successful. The purpose of the AOR's Provincial Safety Truck Rodeo is to showcase the expertise of the best municipal equipment operators in Ontario. The competitors are the winners of the rodeos in their local associations. They have already been successful in elimination rounds and are among the best equipment operators across the province. The rodeo promotes safety, courtesy, and professional public works during driving skills, in a challenging competition. The 16th annual Warden's Golf Tournament was held on September 21 at Dragonfly Golf Links with amazing weather and prizes. I'd like to thank all of you that supported the event through your sponsorship, your donations, your golfing, or volunteering. The proceeds from the event are going to be going towards the Support for All Fund and the Renfrew County 2023 Ontario Winter Games Legacy Fund, as well as the new Renfrew County Housing and Homelessness Fund. We raised $4,500. The tournament would not be possible nor successful without the support of our sponsors. So our lunch sponsor was Emo Harnden, Labor and Employment Law. Our golf cart sponsor was MIS Municipal Insurance Services. The whole sponsors were Airgate Connect to the Cloud, Braun Construction, Greenwood Paving of Pembroke, Irvcon Limited Roofing and Sheet Metal, Geomec Construction, WorkZoom, JP2G. Our prize sponsors were Best Western, Pembroke Inn and Conference Center, CDW, Dell Technologies, Precision Textiles, Algonquin Puzzle Company. So thank you very much to them for their generosity. The County of Renfrew will be launching the annual Warden's Community Service Awards early next month with a call for nominations. These awards are a meaningful way to honor and thank Renfrew County residents for their community involvement and commitment. And we've had some great examples in these chambers over the years. The awards are presented in 3 categories: individual, not-for-profit business, and for-profit business. So the nominations will be reviewed by a committee comprised of CAO Craig Kelly, 1 member of County Council, and myself, and are considered based on the criteria that defines how they contribute to the County of Renfrew's quality of life. I've sat through probably 10 of these in various capacities, and it's quite a challenge to rate them impartially, first of all, because they have such value to the community, and then secondly, to do it in such a way that you don't diminish what the others who've been submitted have accomplished. So the awards will be presented at the November 29th session of County Council, and information will be forwarded to your municipalities and will be promoted through our communication channels. National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is to be observed annually on September 30th. The day honors the children who never returned home and survivors of residential schools, as well as their families and communities. Public commemoration of the tragic and painful history and ongoing impacts of residential schools is a vital component of the reconciliation process. To honor the day, the County of Renfrew will be gathering outside at the Nujamangkamig. Thank you. I practiced this all morning, and of course I bollocksed it. Garden with Algonquin community members before our noon hour break. And I would also like to add that on Sunday, I attended the Austrian ambassador to Joe Scrimshaw's 135-year farm in South Algona Township, which is part of the Bone Shore Valley. And it was a real pleasure to meet the Austrian ambassador and her staff. Quite an engaging group of people, and it was nice for the outreach. Most of her staff have transferred in the last 4 months, so they're brand new to Canada. And so I handed out a whole pile of business cards. I had a couple of maps and trail maps in my truck. I managed to scrounge out and dust off and give them because they all wanted to talk about biking and walking. And so it was a very enjoyable evening or afternoon. So thank you for the invitation. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. So this concludes my address for this session of County Council. Okay, and of course, I would like to have a motion to adopt the minutes of August 30th, 2023. I was so anxious to share my life with you. So if I could have a motion, please. And moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Discussion? And I see the member from Amundsen Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. If I could draw Council's attention to page 44, near the bottom of the page, you will note it has identified Councillor Doncaster as having vacated the meeting. I believe that should in fact be, I cannot attest to whether Councillor Doncaster also did, but I think that is myself, that it should be Councillor Donahue.
All right, thank you. The member from Deep River, please.
I participated in that meeting on Zoom, so I don't think I left the room. So,
Great, thank you. So if,
I don't know.
what I would suggest then is a friendly amendment? Okay,
I believe it's friendly enough, sure.
thank you. And so with that, any other comments? All in favor, including the friendly amendment? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. And wow, we're almost on time. So with that, I would like to call forward the delegation, and I'm assuming Mr. Davis is introducing them, or is Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, perfect.
I'm happy to do it, Warden. Thank you very much. So with us today, I see a large number of folks from the airport, and welcome. But we have Jennifer Lehman, Alan Wren, Peter Seaman, Artem Chaplinsky, and Chris Gray, all of the airport and grassroots public affairs, who are here to present to us on their updated plans for the airport and bring us up to speed on their activities. So, gentlemen.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, members of council. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Peter Seaman. I'm the principal of Grassroots Public Affairs. Next to me is my colleague, senior consultant Artem Chaplinsky, who has worked at Queen's Park and worked in municipal governments in the GTA, and our colleague Chris Gray, who out of Carleton Place, and Chris is the gentleman who first saw the article about Pembroke Airport and led us to reach out to them some time ago. We've been working with the airport for the last almost couple years to try and find ways to address necessary capital improvements at the facility to ensure that it maintains operability for the long term. And what we're doing today is providing an update in terms of information that we've uncovered and ultimately updating council on the plans for the airport going forward. So we'll jump right in. Everyone can see the presentation on the screen. So essentially what we wanted to do is, from our perspective, is understand better the airport in its relation to the county, and also understand what makes it unique with respects to other facilities, not only in the county, but outside the county. And there are several benefits. First off, the fact that the runway is as large as it is, allowing for larger aircraft. The fact that you're 2 hours away from the nation's capital in a very rural area, but an area with lots of opportunities for future economic development. The fact that the airport has technology and systems in place to handle inclement weather landings, that it is Transport Canada certified. It is used as a key refueling stop for operations for various ministries, businesses, and also Orange Air Ambulance. And the fact that services are offered on call 24/7, 365. When we look more specifically at the many benefits, and there are many to talk about, the challenge today was to boil this down in a manner in which we could present it and also have time for questions. We've got a map of the county there. What we've done is just highlighted, first of all, the location of the hospitals and the fact that we've learned not just hospitals, evacuations, and medical ambulance care, but also doctors moving into the area to service the area using the airport. Also under public safety and healthcare, you've got issues of forest fire suppression and also monitoring. We'll go into more detail about that in a minute. And OPP operations. And lastly, Air Orange is there. Air Orange doesn't just service one corner. Obviously, the opportunity for Orange Air Ambulance to use the airport for refueling and also use it as emergency backup in all of their flight operations across the entire county is very important for healthcare benefits for the region and all the citizens here. When we look more specifically at Orange Air Ambulance, it was news to me actually learning that 50% of their fleet are fixed wing airplanes. People often see the orange helicopters and they think of that first and foremost. I know that's what I see flying over where I live north of Toronto. The fact that you do have a fleet of fixed wing aircraft that do use the airport, that can get both patients and medical professionals in and out. We were in direct discussions with Orange Air Ambulance officials. They talked about the importance of this facility in the region. There's a quote there from Andrew Burrows, Manager of Flight Operations. They're certainly aware of the key benefits that I mentioned a few moments ago with this airstrip. We know that their helicopters can land often directly at hospitals, but without the facility operating as an emergency backup, that might put some of those air transportation issues in jeopardy.
And also to add to that, it may seem that helicopters might land anywhere, but in fact, it depends entirely on the pilot's experience and whether or not they're confident enough to even land at a helipad. Oftentimes, especially in windy conditions, and Canada is renowned for bad weather, especially in this part of the country, windy condition, inclement weather, rain, there must be an alternate landing, such as an airport, and oftentimes pilots will decide to land at an airport instead of risking to land at a helipad.
And we know that the alternative option, which obviously is their land ambulance to major centers such as Ottawa, takes 2 hours, and to Toronto 5 hours. And as been mentioned, this organization, Orange Air, is using the facility every week.
There was actually a case last week on the 19th of September. In the morning, a helicopter was supposed to land to transfer a patient from the county of Renfrew, and due to bad weather, they were not able to land at a helipad. So instead, they opted to do an instrument landing at the airport. And thanks to the capabilities of the airport, they were able to land and transfer the patient to Ottawa.
Going into more detail, and this was enlightening for us when we found out with respects to the airport's ability and the things that we've just talked about that Orange Air Ambulance utilizes. If it was not available and access to that facility was not there, then the opportunity, essentially Renfrew County may face the prospect of having to add additional land ambulance. If that cost was added, you're looking at $1 million cost with 50% covered by the province. So you're theoretically looking at a $500,000 annual savings for the county, given that Orange Air Ambulance can use the facility in the way it does. It's a significant amount of money, and I think everyone would agree that that's something you wouldn't want to see changed. Anything else on that? No? Okay. Furthermore, under health and safety, we know this year was certainly a year of forest fires we hope to never repeat across the country. We saw the Calabogie fire here, in which M&R water bombers were able to use the facility for refueling. And it's not just, and as mentioned before, it's not just fighting fires, it's also monitoring, suppression, moving forces in and out, etc. And then with respect to law enforcement, we've seen OPP do everything from drug enforcement to arrests, search and rescue, surveillance, pursuits of suspects. There's been quite a rise, a wide usage of the facility, and also surveillance with respects to fires, as mentioned. And MNRF subcontracted to survey teams also using the airport for operations. This is Again, because of the refueling ability and because of the 24/7, 365 service capability, this airport has been very important for the region this year and all over, the last several years. This isn't something new.
And I'm going to add we're going to talk about tourism in a later slide, but I just wanted to introduce this a little bit here. Firefighting, obviously important for the Renfrew County, for the tourism industry, but also MNRF. Not a lot of people think about it, but every year fish is stocked across every single lake in Renfrew County, and that's a multi-day operation. You have crews coming in, using the airport, bringing in equipment, spending their money here, paying for accommodations, and helping the local businesses in the community.
And then speaking of local business and communities, we did not have enough time or room on the map to plot every single business that has some interaction or benefit with the Pembroke Area Airport. We've chosen, as we identified on the map, there's well over 100 that in some way, shape, or form take advantage of the airport throughout the course of the year. There's a couple major ones which I'm going to defer to Artem to talk about, and also let him handle the next section, as he's going to highlight the importance of the airport's relationship with Garrison Petawawa. If you haven't found out already, you can tell by his haircut. He's a part-time soldier, and he's been here personally himself using the base in terms of training. So Artem, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I've been in Garrison Petawawa multiple times on training exercises, and as a reservist, we have units coming in with 200, 300 troops into the area, spending money at local businesses, supporting the local economy. Without the airport, without the operations that are available to 450 and 427 Squadron, that would probably be moved to Trenton. And as you probably know, Garrison Petawawa is the largest employer in the county. Its monthly payroll is $40 million, annual $480 million, and most of their spending, up to $410 million, is actually spent in the county. They employ 8,000 employees, which contribute to the Renfrew County tax base, and most of the growth at Garrison is aviation related. It's 450 and 427 squadrons. They've added 500 members in the last few years. And thanks to that, companies like Raytheon and other aerospace industry manufacturers such as Boeing are in the area operating out of Renfrew. They have rented spaces on base, and they employ contractors that also live in the area, spend money here. The parts and services that they procure often come from county businesses as well. The base itself has an airport, an airfield, but it's not capable of fixed wing or airplane landings, which is why they use the airport extensively and contribute more than 1/3 of the airport's budget annually. And I believe in 2023, that number was over $300,000. So as I said, most of the aviation-related growth at Garrison Petawawa is aviation-related. And the link with that, as you can see on the slide, the growth at the Garrison contributes to the demand for such industries to come into the county, and then that creates jobs and brings up revenues in the area. Tourism. Do you want to talk about that a bit?
Well, yeah, we certainly know that. I was going to mention off the top in terms of opportunities for us to go visit our clients, and I'm not just saying this is one of the prettiest drives we've done in a long time. It's a beautiful part of the province. And with respects to tourism opportunities, that, looking ahead, we mentioned already with respects to M&R and use of the airport for fish stocking and wildlife counts, the tourism growth opportunities we think are limitless, really. We know that it supports local businesses and the potential for regular passenger flights. We knew that existed once before. It could come back. The infrastructure at the airport is there as more and more sort of custom charters are developed across North America and Canada for people looking to experience new things. We just see this as a massive opportunity for the region, in addition to some of the businesses that Artem already talked about. And that the airport itself, being located where it is, really is a critical asset currently, and one that could even contribute much more in the years to come in the capacity of tourism business. and looking at different regions of the province and looking at all the challenges that the province faces currently right now with housing affordability. We know that leadership at Queen's Park is looking again at different regions in terms of where investments can be made to stimulate economic growth and attract people to move there. People are always reluctant to move away from big cities because they think about what jobs will be available, but we see this airport as being an anchor to contribute to future economic growth. Tourism is one of the areas in which there's almost limitless potential. We've talked about the airport infrastructure as it relates to healthcare and safety issues and also economic. There's just some infrastructure benefits as well. We talked about education charters that are happening out of the airport for students. And Hydro One uses the airport as well to monitor their lines. Trans-Canada Pipeline, you'll see the bullets we put on the bottom right corner and the top right, the pipeline goes through, so regular usage there by different infrastructure organizations to sort of monitor things. As mentioned before, there's a heck of a lot more pins we could place there. We know it can be a bit confusing. We wanted to focus on the most impactful and relevant ones for this presentation.
And the Trans-Canada Pipeline monitoring and Hydro One monitoring is actually paramount for the safety in the region. They use over 20 aircraft to patrol 700,000 kilometers of pipelines across Canada. And with the pipeline running through Renfrew County, they have a high-tech leak detection system that's mounted on the aircraft that can detect leaks from 300 feet away, 300 feet high. Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we move on?
Yeah.
And then we wanted to take a look for a moment beyond the county. We focused all for the benefits directly in the county and sort of what's in the county that uses the airport. But when we look at this, also back to the categories that we discussed with respects to public safety, health and safety, forest fire suppression, police operations, as well as the Coast Guard, and also Sûreté du Québec. You know, the bullets are dropping right now are with respects to major medical centers, the opportunity to fly patients to centers in Toronto, Hamilton, Kingston, Ottawa. Forest fire suppression, those are just a few bullets from forest fires this year. We know they happen every year, but the airport's a main refueling stop for M&R services. The police, you've got Coast Guard on the river and in Quebec. So just lots of different benefits beyond the county in which the airport contributes to. And the last one was the extension, I guess. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to also talk about other healthcare benefits for the county. It's not just about Orange Air. There's also international air ambulance transfers for patients who are residents in the county that are brought in from abroad in case of medical emergencies. There's Hope Air for organ donor transfers and for urgent surgeries, and also organ donor transfers. And in terms of the businesses that we mentioned, we briefly talked about them for the benefits within the county. Those are just a few examples, as Peter said. There's businesses that use the airport actively, like Roseburg Forestry Products, and more than 100 other businesses that ship in products and ship out products out of the airport, bring employees, investors coming in to explore opportunities. There's land developers coming in from Niagara to look into investment opportunities in the county using the airport. Thanks to its Transport Canada certification, companies typically prefer to land at the Pembroke area airport because of insurance liability issues. They don't want to risk landing at a different airport that's not TC certified. And then companies like Raytheon, even though they don't directly use the airport for their services and parts deliveries, as we've said before, they benefit from the airport because if it wasn't for the airport and the growth, the aviation-related growth at Garrison, Petawawa, they most likely wouldn't be operating in the region.
One of the things that we've spent some time on is just understanding where other similar community airports have made their appeals for necessary capital improvements. And we've learned over time some of the challenges just by definition of different programs that Pembroke hasn't qualified for, but nonetheless, new programs are always coming forward. There's 3 examples here. We looked at North Bay that received $4.4 million in 2022, Lake Simcoe that received $1.5 million from the provincial government in 2020, and 2011 Peterborough receiving $7 million. the models and the programs that this funding comes from are all unique and they're different. But what's the same in all of them is that the upper tier municipality support was there. It was crucial for these airports to receive the funding. And as I mentioned before, Artem worked in the provincial government, and you saw different programs, not just for airports, right, that required that type of support.
Yes, absolutely. It's always important to see that the county or the local municipal government, the upper tier municipality, supports the opportunity when it comes to getting funding from the provincial and federal governments. And I've seen that in my time in the office of the Premier many times. Also, a short mention on the Peterborough case in 2011. When they got their $7 million, Trent Gervais, who's the president of Lumix Group that manages 7 airports, has said that Peterborough Airport when it's received its investment, it was in a similar situation, a similar condition as the Pembroke area airport. Now, Peterborough Airport contributes $90 million in GDP annually to the area.
So essentially it boils down to you're asking, so what are you here for and what are you asking? And there's no specific monetary amount on this. We're in the early stages. We have been mentioned as we've been working with both the provincial government opportunities as well as federal government. And there's been discussions also with Garrison Petawawa, and lots of things are sort of moving forward. But what we needed to ensure is that the municipality here of Renfrew County understood what was at stake, and the focus and ultimate requirement for funding will be to address runway, pavement, taxiway rejuvenation, and lighting upgrades, all of which are still the original infrastructure, albeit repaired mightily by the staff that are there and keeping it in operational condition, but the original infrastructure won't last forever. So what we're looking at essentially is reopening up the dialogue between the Pembroke and Erin Airport and Renfrew County to see how there could be a partnership formed and see how there might be a way for Renfrew County to come forward with some sort of contribution in some way, shape, or form to ensure that we can meet the criteria for other programs that we're going forward to secure the necessary capital investments. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions from anyone here. I believe that everyone's got a copy of this presentation, and further to that, we printed a 2-pager hard copy, which I believe the staff have, that highlights some of the specifics we've talked about today, which you can all have a copy of. And but we're here to take any questions. And in addition to ourselves, as was mentioned, Alan Wren, who you all know, who is the chair of the Airport Commission, is here, as is Jennifer Lehman, communications coordinator for the airport.
Thank you. And to Council, prior to asking your questions or comments, offering comment, just a reminder that under Section 16 of our agenda today, the member from Petawawa, I believe, will be submitting a written motion for consideration in the future. And very quickly, would like to make note and acknowledge when we had Expo 150, we had an excellent partnership with the airport and brought, former Councillor Sweet used to tell us 40,000 people that moved up from about 25, I think. Every year he added 1,000 more, but there was at least 20,000 people and maybe 40,000 people on this site for 3 days. And that took about a year and a half to plan, and the Pembroke Airport staff and board were excellent partners. And so I just wanted to make note of that because I think I may be the only member that was here at that time. Oh, and the member
You always forget about me.
that was there as well. I remember a comment and a laugh we shared when the march-in was coming in. And so, yes, excellent partner, great event. And just very quickly, we've had a history of writing letters in support. One of the struggles for me, in writing letters, I like to have detail. And so right now, I don't have much detail. I don't have much detail about your expenses. I don't have much detail about your long-term asset management plan needs. I don't have much detail about your revenue and expenses. And I'm not sure about, what kind of a grant, is the application. So when and I think I'm safe in saying council would be supportive of us writing letters of endorsement. We always have. But I hate putting down they're nice people and they dress well. So if we can get more detail with the requests in the future, it would really be beneficial, and it also allows us to educate the public about it. So that's just my comments going into this. So with that, I'll open the floor to other members. The member from Armpire, please.
Thank you, Warden. Not a comment to the presenters, just that we have another airport called Armpire Airport in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the member from North Algona and then from Boncher Valley.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Certainly recognize the service that the airport does facilitate and support. I'm just curious, you talk about the possibility of regional passenger service maybe returning. How realistic is that based on the fact that we have both Ottawa and North Bay about 2 hours away in each direction, which have, regional airports that provide passenger service? So how realistic is the possibility of it returning to Petawawa?
I'll give you my personal opinion. We're going through some uncertain, challenging economic times, not just in Ontario and Canada, but the world. It will rebound. It will come out. You have got a facility that has the infrastructure there to handle that as people look for innovative new business ideas and concepts and new business models are formed. I would think it's far more possible than if the airport didn't have that infrastructure there. So there is a great interest for those of us, for you may not know, both of us live about an hour north of Toronto, but we've lived in Toronto. We know what the city's like. And as the city increasingly gets more crowded, more and more people are starting to look further away. And the fact that there is means to get here, yes, there's costs involved, but I think it could be a real potential. You've got a vibrant tourism area with whitewater rafting and other things that are existing in the area. Could there be some companies that could set up regular service? They would have to do the financial models, but I think it's very possible. Not every airport has that. And you also got the runway link that we talked about for larger aircraft. I don't think you're going to see 747s landing here soon, but the fact that you can land a variety of different aircraft 24/7 is quite impressive.
Thank you. And Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. The member from North Algona Wilberforce asked my question. Thank you for stopping short of telling that very embarrassing story of Expo 150.
Thank you. And the member from Armpire and then from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden. Algonquin College had flight school a couple of years ago. I'm curious if you've explored having them come on board as well. Thank you.
Not specifically, but we have looked into flight school, and I believe Peterborough has a flight school that they moved there after the airport was rejuvenated, and there are opportunities there. I believe there is a flight school. Is there not one operating out of Armpire already? So that's something else we could look at. As we know, around the world there's a shortage of pilots, so might that lead to another opportunity for more training of pilots? And again, the facility is there. It's I think communicating the opportunity that the facility is not just there, but that the communities, not only that own it and operate it, but also within the county are solidly behind it in partnership with other sources of funding. We're certainly not anticipating that Renfrew County would require to provide all the funding going forward. There's other sources that we're pursuing quite aggressively, but that collectively everybody was on board for the future of this. That would bode well for any future investment in other businesses maybe considering coming to the area.
And this discussion is great to have because this presentation has a goal to work with council members to work on a vision for the airport. It's to preserve what we have because it hasn't been an easy trot in the park, and I'm sure that Alan and Jennifer can talk about that since 1995 to preserve the Transport Canada certification and make sure that the airport maintains its operations the way it is. It's just that all the infrastructure needs to be maintained, and in order to preserve it for the benefit of the county and work with the county to bring that economic potential in the near future, there has to be a joint vision, mission, and the team has to come together to develop that.
Thank you. And the member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Councillor Lynch brings up a good point. There is another airport in Renfrew County. What are the differences between Pembroke and Erie Airport and the Armpire Airport?
I think we addressed the main ones off the top, and I think first, from our perspective, we'd like to see all airports in the county be successful. This isn't a matter of one over the other. We're here representing Pembroke Area Airport, obviously. We saw off the top, and it's on the closing slide there too, with respects to the larger runway the inclement weather landings, the key refueling site for operations, and this service is offered 24/7, 365. We think that's quite unique. Obviously, the relationship, as Artem went into with the garrison, is also very unique and a big positive attribute in terms of what the airport currently has. So, but ultimately, we'd love to see air traffic increase everywhere, right? It'd be beneficial because it's an important piece of infrastructure for communities like yours, which are further away from urban centers, particularly. The drive's beautiful, but it does take a while. So,
and we cannot speak for Arnprior on it. It's their airport. They know their benefits much better than we do. That's why we didn't really talk about it. But the key, I just want to stop on the key refueling stop for operations. It is my understanding, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, but MNRF and Orange Air Ambulance operate out of Pembroke Area Airport because of its location and the ability to refuel aircraft. And the airport has upgraded its fueling system recently, which allows that to continue in the years to come to service the county and its residents.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. Not really a question. I just want to clarify that you mentioned about the fire in Calabogie Centennial Lake. It was my understanding that, unfortunately, that due to the smoke from the Quebec fires and our fires, that the actual water bombers and helicopters had to come out of North Bay for that situation. So I just wanted to clarify that.
okay, thanks.
Thank you. And the member from Hamilton Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you so much for the presentation. I also had opportunity, as I'm presuming you were doing with each of county council, of speaking with Mr. Gray and Mr. Sleeman back in August on the telephone, and having a very frank, I think, and meaningful conversation moving forward. And I certainly understand the challenge before us and the challenge for the Pembroke Airport. There's a couple of questions, Mr. Warden, with your indulgence. First, very technical. Is the Pembroke Airport, is it a wholly owned entity of the participating municipalities? Is that the ownership structure, or are the municipalities part of a larger ownership structure?
So from what we understand, yes, it is owned by the 5 municipalities, with 6 within its close proximity.
Thank you. And Mr. Warden, once again, through you, I just want to be sure that I had jotted this down correctly. I think I heard you say that the garrison ultimately is driving about 1/3 of the business at the Pembroke Airport, Pembroke and Area Airport, and that it was approximately $300,000 was the dollar figure that comprised that 1/3 component?
That's right, yeah. They contributed 1/3 of their budget every year.
Okay, thank you. And I needed to have a little bit of preamble before moving forward. So certainly I understand, and this is, I know that this has been an ongoing challenge for the airport for quite some time. This is on page 14, the number 14 slide, the ask, if you will, that is still indeterminate. Pertaining to, I think, the warden's comments, the funding that the airport is anticipating making application to, what is that?
So, as mentioned earlier, we've looked at various programs both in the province and federally, and based on various criteria, programs up to now. For various different reasons, Pembroke hasn't qualified for. There was a Northern Ontario program, and you're not defined as Northern Ontario. There was programs that required sort of specific job increasement, and we couldn't really point to that yet. There are always new programs coming forward, but as mentioned earlier, I know that there's been discussions with, through the federal government and D&D and Garrison Petawawa. I can't go into specifics about that. It's just, I think there's representatives here, which is great. They're very supportive of it. And I know it's a bit difficult to sort of ask, and that's why we didn't put a specific number on this request right now. We wanted to open up dialogue and get the ball rolling on this. And all of that would be transparent, would be shared with county once we had clarity on that specifics. There's also the question of how much money would be required. And we know in this inflationary period that we're dealing with, you get one quote today and it might be out of date in a week. So when we go forward, and it's going to require hiring of special engineers and technical companies to do a proper assessment of that. All those numbers will be transparent and shared with partners, including yourselves.
And right now, our ask is not financial in nature. It's just to open up the dialogue. The airport has done a lot of work over the years to make sure it remains operational and certified. And they could probably talk to in more detail about the upgrades and the maintenance that they've done over the years to maintain it for the county. Right now, it's just to bring everyone together, sit down at a table, and build a vision for the airport and see how we can work together to make sure that the airport contributes more to the community.
Once again, through you, Mr. Warden. So certainly I'm understanding that there's not a specific, but it seems that there is an ask right over your right shoulder. It says a contribution from Renfrew County. I'm presuming that a contribution is not moral support. And perhaps a series of 2 or 3 questions. Does the airport have a strategic plan?
The airport has a plan that was worked on for some time. I think we're in the early stages of sort of reassessing and reevaluating that. But yes, it does have one that was drafted some time ago. We didn't bring that with us or want to show that today. I believe it's on their website. It's available for them in terms of.
Yes, a consulting company was hired in 2017 to conduct a strategic business assessment of the airport and create a plan for it going forward.
But the opportunity now exists, I think, building on the relationship that we're trying to open up and strengthen, how that could be updated, how that could be reimagined and possibly built upon, because 2017 is a bunch of years ago already.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps getting right to the point then, on one of the slides, and I apologize, I did not write down the page number, there was a discussion about certainly some substantial, if not limitless possibilities. That was when the suggestion that a scheduled air service might be given consideration, et cetera. When I'm looking at slide 14, and certainly maybe severing lighting upgrades, it might be different. It seems to me that runway pavement and taxiway rejuvenation are part of a capital program that are on an ongoing basis. Without those things, you don't actually have an airport. So if in fact all of these fundings are rejuvenate this, that was why I asked if there was a strategic plan, is I would have to assume, much like the County of Renfrew with all of our linear assets, roads, that we have to have a plan in place towards their rehabilitation on an ongoing basis. We don't ever, wash our hands and say, "Woo, got that one out of the way." These are ongoing things, and I'm wondering on what the finances, what the business model is at the Pembroke Airport, why it is that these critical components are now seeking fundraising as opposed to being part of the business model.
As with the other examples that we mentioned, Peterborough Lake, Simcoe, most regional airports operate sufficiently to maintain their assets, their runways, taxiways, lighting, but don't have sufficient funding to upgrade it after 20, 25, 30 years of use, 50 years of use in case of Pembroke and Area Airport. While the airport continues to contribute to the county by bringing in jobs, bringing in people that are going to be investing in the community, buying services and products from local businesses, driving aviation-related growth in Garrison, Petawawa, forest suppression, forest surveillance. It continues to contribute to the entire Renfrew County, but it won't have enough money to upgrade after 50 years of use.
Yeah, I'm sure many of you have been there and seen it, and there are other facilities like that, and they've done a marvelous job patch and repair and keeping the facility going. And I know in some very early preliminary discussions with respects to costs and options, there could very well be a less expensive option to sort of put a new coat of asphalt on top, but that's not going to last 50 years like the original one did. It's like fixing your driveway, right? You can make it look good for a short period of time, but you're going to be facing the same challenges in a few years. So I think the opportunity and what the ultimate goal would be was to secure necessary fundings from all levels of government to ensure that it is the capital improvements are addressed for long term.
Thank you. And the member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. I think it's clear from this presentation of certainly the economic benefits that the Pembroke and Area Airport brings to Renfrew County in supporting whether it's Air Orange or the OPP or the Garrison Petawawa. And I think that's something that I think the County of Renfrew needs to, I think we need to recognize that. Notwithstanding that we have a no grants policy, but if there is some way that the county can partnership in with this, I think it's great for everybody in the county. I know that, and I may not have this exactly correct, but I'm just going off of some of the conversations we've had at FCM. FCM does have a policy on regional airports, and one of the things about capital funding, and I think it's called ACAP funding, if that's right. So funding that comes from the federal government that supports regional airports if they have a scheduled service. And I think there needs to be 1,000 passenger movement. I might have those numbers wrong. One of the things that's built into the policy, maybe it's 2,000. But anyway, so one of the advocacy that FCM is trying to do is trying to get that criteria removed from ACAP funding so that the federal government and this program recognizes the economic benefits of regional airports for, the economic benefits, even if there isn't a scheduled service or if those numbers could be lowered. So I think the recognition that this airport is important to the economic benefits of Renfrew County, the support of the garrison, the support of Air Orange, OPP activities, M&R, and so on and so on. I think it's really important that we look at this and we think of a way that the county can be part of the Pembroke and Area Airport. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would remind council and our community, if they take a look at our package today on page 172 in the Development and Property Report, there is a resolution coming forward that talks about the relationship up to slide 15. Or slide 14, whatever I'm sorry, up to slide 14, the financial contribution. So there is a recognition that, there is a possible, the ability to work together on a move forward basis. So I think with the background report, we can have a discussion about that. So we have recognized all of the issues up to slide 14. No, I'm sorry, we don't normally allow people to speak from the gallery.
Well, I thought he was on the agenda, though.
Okay, if he's on the agenda, is he? Okay, sorry, Alan, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, just grab a mic if you don't mind.
Come on up here.
Yeah, and probably to the front, that way cameras can catch you. If you could come to the front, and that way the camera can catch you. My apologies, I didn't read the agenda all the way down.
That's fine. So I just wanted to clarify on the Calabogie fire, and it is correct that the water bombers on a few days had to come out of North Bay, but the fire in Calabogie was managed out of the Pembroke and Area Airport. So there's more than just the water bombers, there's also helicopters, and those helicopters did operate out of the Pembroke Airport. So the fire was managed by MNRF out of our airport. And just to let you know, when that fire was going on, they were also fighting 2 other fires within the county. Thanks.
And I just wanted to add to that as well. MNRF uses the airport for 4 firefighting regions in and around Renfrew County, and it's central to its operations because of its location.
Thank you. Any further questions? So I see the member from Amherst Bromley, and then I see a member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just a final question just occurred to me. I apologize. It did not occur earlier. So I'm presuming that all of these agencies, whether private, public, are paying landing fees or whatever, however it is funded, the usage of the airport. You referred to the approximately $300,000 that is contributed, not contributed, but provided for service through the garrison. How competitive are the landing fees or whatever the rates are for the utilization of the airport, and when did they last change?
I'd have to call on Alan for that. I don't have those numbers specifically in front of me. I don't want to make them up or guess. I remember we did review that at one point, but Alan?
So those landing rates and rental rates are compared to other airports within the province of Ontario, and they're changed on a regular basis as other airports raise those rates. So in order to get somebody to land at your airport, you need to be competitive, and I can tell you that we are competitive. Now, somebody that lands there, one of the policies that we have, if they buy fuel, then the landing fee is waived, and that's pretty regular throughout the industry.
Supplementary, and then we'll go to Petawawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. My intent is not to engage in a debate. I'm presuming that we may have that later on the agenda. But I do, certainly in a competitive marketplace, and I think it's important that there is some basis for where these economic questions are derived. But certainly amongst the public agencies that we've been discussing here, I cannot imagine that they decide not to use the Pembroke Airport because its landing fees may be higher. If Orange is going to land, presumably it's going to land where it is most effective to fulfill the mission of Orange. I'm presuming the same would be so of the MNRF fire suppression, that there is a substantial savings in utilizing fuel to actually suppress fires rather than transit from a farther airport. That I'm thinking on some of these, that the proximity is the competition, not the fact that you're an airport itself. And all of this is simply for, as I said, the intent is not to engage in a debate here, but I think it is important for us to understand the business model to some degree in this room.
Thank you, and then we'll move to...
So just on that, so for example, MNRF, when they are at our facility, they do pay the rental rates for the same as anybody else would that use the facility. So they do pay their full share whenever they are there for everything that they're using from our facility.
Thank you. The member from Petawawa, and then our Empire, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I don't want to repeat everything that Councillor Doncaster said, but we can see from the presentation that the benefits to the county of having this facility operating in Renfrew County are many. Whether it's economic or health and safety or educational, it's an important economic driver and an important facility to have here in Renfrew County. And I think what's happening here is there's an opportunity for the Pembroke and Area Airport to seek and put applications in for a significant amount of funding to complete these upgrades. And what they're looking for, as with any federal or provincial grant, they need support from all levels, lower tier, upper tier. Everybody needs to be on board in order for the applications and the grants to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. And our Empire, please.
Thank you, Warden. I support member from Petawawa. To the member from Madison Bromley, Empire with the OPP, MNR, Hydro pay a yearly fee of X amount of dollars, so we're not there 24/7. We do have cameras, but Hydro comes in at midnight, the air ambulance comes in at 2 o'clock in the morning. You don't know they're there, so we do a flat rate, and we won't bother disclosing that, but you can certainly ask us. Thanks.
Thank you. So seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation. And as I said, we have a little more fulsome discussion coming up in the middle of our DNP report. I think your presentation was informative. And again, I think I'll lead back to my opening comments about numbers. Some sharing of data about how many customers, asset management plans, things like that, so we can make informed interventions. To me, this is a sector similar to forestry, agriculture, and we invest in those by going with the associations or writing letters and making presentations to ministers on their behalf about policies and about legislation. So I think if we look at our discussion later on today in that lens, then I think there's a partnership moving forward. So, but that'll be for council to decide. But knowing this chambers and their desire for economic development and cooperation, I would suggest to you that we'll have some information for you later today. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to item B, and I'll ask Mr. Davis to introduce Jody Buckholz from Algonquin College and the Eastern Ontario Immigrant Attraction and Retention Strategy. Having read the document and spoken to a very enthusiastic Jody on a number of occasions, this should be great. So, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and I'm pleased to introduce Jody here virtually to County Council. And just as a reminder to County Council, workforce development is goal number 2 in our County of Renfrew strategic plan. So the timing is excellent for Jody to be here to present her findings and present what she has. And also a reminder to County Council that we did partner with County of Lanark for this initiative. So I appreciate her being here to present today. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much. And Jody, please start with your presentation.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here and to speak with you all today. So when we're looking at traditional immigration trends, urban areas have really attracted newcomers because of those established social, economic, and community networks. But in recent years, smaller municipalities and rural areas are becoming increasingly popular destinations for newcomers. And so this shift in settlement patterns is really being driven by federal policies, and it will impact rural communities like ours, municipalities, and of course our citizens. And it's going to require a little bit of advanced planning and resource mobilization to really maximize the contribution of newcomers to the local labor market and to really foster that sense of inclusion in our communities that's going to strengthen our social fabric, through equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives. And so today, I'm going to start off with a little bit of background on what our immigrant levels look like here in Renfrew, and it will be combined with Lanark County because this is our 2 catchment areas. And then we're going to go over what some of the strategic priorities are for this Eastern Ontario Immigrant Attraction and Retention Strategy. So while there's been an increase in diversity in immigrants in several of our municipalities across Renfrew County, there does remain a dominant population of European immigrants, particularly from the United Kingdom. However, we are seeing an uptick and a shift towards more diversity with growing number of immigrants from Asia and other parts of the U.S. who are choosing to relocate to our area. And while there is an emphasis on education in Canada and to get permanent residency, there is quite a bit of pointing system that is attributed to education, which is seen as a crucial success factor, with additional points being added towards educational attainment in the immigrant application process. You will see up on your screen there that there are high levels of educational attainment that are reflected. However, what we are seeing in these numbers is that there are highly educated newcomers who are looking for good employment. So we are regularly making contact with those who have their permanent residency, are highly educated, and they're looking for good employment opportunities and the lifestyle that they're going to be able to present to their families, because oftentimes this is a family transition. We're also seeing that many newcomers who are here already in our area are underemployed because there is that lack of credential recognition. So oftentimes we are seeing through our research, and we're seeing, in practicality, that there is a dismissal sometimes of credentials that have not been attained in Canada. And so there's a very big opportunity there to help educate our employers on the opportunities that foreign educated applicants pose in our area to help address those labor market shortages and gaps. We're also seeing that many unskilled newcomers, particularly in the GTA, are looking for service level employment. So we know that in our area, we can see from the labor market trends that there are both skilled and unskilled employment opportunities, lots of them. And so there are folks who are looking to relocate out of the GTA for an unskilled service level or manufacturing level in the unskilled category. They're looking to relocate. And so there are opportunities there. And I know that that's going to maybe make a couple of you in the room here today worried about a couple of things that we'll talk about in a minute. When we look at barriers that are the myriad of challenges that really impacts newcomer integration and that sense of belonging to Canada and the Ottawa Valley. What you see up on the screen are results from focus groups that we have been leading with newcomers, immigrants, refugees, and international students who are living in our region. And so finding adequate jobs can be very difficult for recent immigrants. We had about 46% of our focus group reported that it was one of the greatest difficulties was securing employment in our communities. And so recent immigrants they're also having trouble getting their foreign education credentials or experience recognized. That's really, again, forcing them into those underemployment situations, into lower paying jobs outside their field of expertise. Language barrier is also seen as a challenge. It does remain a significant barrier for newcomers with limited proficiency in our two official languages. And the inability to converse in these languages can severely limit one's job prospects and hinder that access to some of the social services that are available in our community. We have seen limited ESL, English as a second language, supports available in our communities, but the pandemic did highlight that there are different formats for ESL to be offered now. And so that actually has expanded opportunities across Renfrew County with some more real-time virtual tutoring opportunities. There is also one thing that needs to be noted around language barriers. Sometimes it's an accent barrier. Oftentimes, we are seeing that newcomers in our community are proficient in English and sometimes in French as well. But we, as long-term residents of the Ottawa Valley, have not attuned our ears to be able to decipher some accents. So sometimes there is not a language barrier, but rather an accent barrier. There's also a lack of Canadian experience in certain instances. And so that barrier really is compounded for newcomers, as most of our local employers are seeking that type of experience. And so qualified applicants, they may find that their years of experience that they bring from their country of origin is not enough. And so they are relying on those survival jobs. They feel discounted for being different in a variety of ways in this instance. And so this is something that we can collectively help address. Related to racism and discrimination, there is often that there is that significant challenge related to racism and discrimination within our host communities here in the Ottawa Valley. And despite our efforts to promote diversity and inclusion, many newcomers do experience hate crimes, racial profiling, and other forms of discrimination. And so we also need to recognize too that when we are looking at employers who are looking for Canadian experience, that is a form of discrimination. It is actually through the Ontario Commission of Human Rights recognizes this as a discriminatory practice. And so we really need to, again, identify ways that we can improve, fairly simple ways that we can improve how we effectively attract a more diverse employee population. Two very big barriers that aren't up on your screen, but are barriers, are attainable housing and transportation, of course, are going to pose significant barriers. And we do address some of that in the Eastern Ontario Immigrant Attraction and Retention Strategy. When we look at the data that you see up on your screen, It does show that although older immigrants still do make up a majority of our newcomer population across both counties, that the proportion of younger immigrants is increasing, which is really reassuring, because that is the population that's going to be in the workforce. And so with that, we are looking for, again, to attract skilled and unskilled labor shortages or workers, because that is such a major concern across our region. And the immigrant attraction and retention strategy does play a pivotal role in helping to address these shortages. Whenever we were first playing with the idea of creating an immigrant attraction strategy for Lanark and Renfrew County, I really started to have a conversation with colleagues from across Eastern Ontario. And this is where that actually stemmed from. We are very fortunate in our area, but we're not unique in the characteristics of our communities and in the number of immigrants and how there is that sense of welcoming community. And so we took the initiative, Local Immigration Partnership of Lanark and Renfrew County took the initiative to partner with the Eastern Ontario Training Board, Ottawa Local Immigration Partnership, the Réseau de soutien immigration francophone de l'Est d'Ontario, and St. Lawrence Rideau Immigration Partnership of Leeds and Grenville to work together on a comprehensive strategy that would effectively allow us to collaborate and make bigger impact across the partnering regions in Eastern Ontario. So this is how this strategy came to be. You see up on your screen, and some of you I know have read the strategy, and I'm grateful for that. You see a long list, eight in particular, priority actions that are specifically related to attraction. And when we look at the first one that just kind of popped up on your screen there, strategically aligning local labor market goals to regional immigrant attraction strategy. I know we heard through our consultation that there was worries that we would be opening up floodgates, and where are we going to put those who we're attracting? We think that there's a very big opportunity to strategically align the gaps, those who have gaps in their employment needs, that where newcomers could be effective candidates for employment. That's where we want to start. That's where we think that collectively, if we approach this very strategically, that you have newcomers who are transitioning into our communities who have robust employment opportunities, that the rest will start to follow. We also think that establishing a website portal that serves as a single platform for promoting immigration to Eastern Ontario is going to be one of the most effective ways to highlight what Renfrew County has to offer. The proximity of Ottawa and our county in Renfrew County, there's an opportunity to leverage the attraction factors that are already happening in Ottawa. And one community might... newcomers don't necessarily know the differences between our counties. And so by having a landing page and showing what the lifestyle could be in the different partnering regions, I think is a way to get ahead in effectively promoting our region. We also want to, we think that it would be important to leverage and build on the work of post-secondary institutes in attracting newcomers to the region. There are there's almost 7,000 international student graduates who graduate from this partnering region in Eastern Ontario every year. And they are graduating with Canadian education credentials, but we are not doing a great job at retaining them and helping them to secure employment. So if we have let's say 50 environmental management and assessment international student graduates who are graduating from the Pembroke campus of Algonquin College, the realities of us being able to employ all of those graduates in Renfrew County is improbable. But if we have a coalition of and a network of partners across our partnering region of Eastern Ontario who can help to effectively network and provide employment opportunities, we could be finding graduates, international student graduates with the skill sets that we have gaps in in this area, we could be attracting them to come live, work, and play in Renfrew County. And promoting Eastern Ontario to prospective newcomers across the world, as well as immigrants already in Canada. So there's kind of that two-tiered approach that we think would be effective. The implementation of some of these strategies has already started through 2 successful RED applications focusing on attraction campaign and a cross-county immigrant attraction and settlement officer, which we're very excited to help with. As well, Local Immigration Partnership has been selected one of 5 communities across Canada to work with World Education Services, or WES, as you might recognize them, with their Immigrant Works initiative, which is specifically focusing on solution-based tools and resources that will be developed for Lanark and Renfrew County employers to meet their needs in effectively attracting and retaining a more diverse workforce. So we're 6 months into that initiative, and we're really excited for that to continue on. Under the retention and integration priority actions, you will again see that there are 8 up on your screen, and I'd like to bring a couple to your attention. Similar to how we would propose creating a comprehensive promotional website portal. The flip side of that would be a website portal all-in-one that also has a summary of all of the available services. So it not only serves as a promotional landing page, but it also serves as a integration landing page. We also think that establishing a network that refers spousal opportunities is a massive opportunity. If we are attracting a primary candidate with employment opportunities in our area, oftentimes we are seeing that the spouses are underemployed or unemployed. And so if there is more conscientious effort put forward to those referrals, again, there's a higher probability of helping to address some of our labor shortages. We also think that there's a great opportunity for not only the County of Renfrew, but our municipal leaders to set an example of integrating immigrants and fostering immigrant-friendly public services. And so we will be leading an initiative to identify opportunities that those could readily be implemented into our municipal level governments. We are bringing the Eastern Ontario Immigrant Attraction and Retention Strategy to life. The goal is to visualize the implementation of this strategy with our upcoming virtual summit that really is going to be bringing together leaders and policymakers and community organizations from, again, across Eastern Ontario to explore innovative approaches, best practices, promising practices in attracting and retaining immigrants to our region. We do have 2 half-day sessions on October the 4th and the 5th. There are 14 workshops. We have over 28 subject matter experts who are going to be sharing what their tactics are, because they might be a little ahead of us, what we can replicate, what we can scale up in our region. And we have some pretty fantastic keynote speakers, including Kareem El Asal, who is the Director of Policy at CanadaVisa.com. So I hope that you'll be able to join us next week on Wednesday and Thursday for this. I think what is going to be a pretty impactful virtual summit. And I will just leave my contact information up on the screen, and that is the end of my formal presentation.
Thank you. And Mr. Davis, if you could just add a little bit more about the application and partnership that we have with Lanark County, because I think it'll be of interest to council. And then with that, I'd throw it open after that to questions and comments.
Thank you, Warden. And just as a reminder that we did partner with the Lanark County for a RED program, and we were successful in with Lanark County for this program, and it's a pilot project, and the expense is about $131,000, which will be spearheaded by Lanark County with the development of a marketing strategy implementation of the plan for rural community inclusion. So what we're looking for here is, yes, it's Renfrew County and Lanark County, but we see this as being used by local municipalities at the same time. So it's a good partnership with Lanark County, and they are hiring the coordinator as we speak, Chair Warden. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, just an expression of appreciation to Jody for her leadership in this ongoing project. And I don't mean that to make it sound like it's been long, but you know, we've had to learn to walk, and that took a long time. And now we're walking and actually producing some plans that are of benefit to our community. And so thank you, Jody, and thank you to Algonquin College for their contribution and their investment of your time and efforts, and all the partners. As I noted, Mayor Service and I were in Petawawa 2 weeks ago for the reaffirmation ceremony, and it was nice, more than nice. It was great to see the people there, hear their stories. There was a video talked about immigrating to Canada and their experiences. All much more enthusiastic Canadians than I am. I was embarrassed by the fact that I have to up my game. So it was it was a great ceremony and nice to meet the people. So with that, if I could open up the floor, and I see the member from Bon Cher Valley and then from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks so much for this, Jody. As soon as I got my package last week, I immediately went to barriers faced by newcomers. And, you know, I think that there's, especially when we're talking about our skilled trades, I think the Ontario College of Trades could very easily find a way for these newcomers to challenge the exam and become a mechanic or become a carpenter, etc. And I think that barrier is somewhat ridiculous in this time where the province is saying, all these people are moving into Ontario because we're the best. Well, make us the best to get a job as well. My second comment, if I may, and I've said this to you before, we've had conversations about this, Jody. One of the barriers I see are places to worship in rural Ontario, and they are not as area friendly, and we talk about transportation, as say living in the GTHA. So I think that is a very serious barrier. I've said it before, my previous marriage, my husband was Jewish. We would never have moved here. There was nowhere for him to go to temple. And now being married to a Catholic, you know, I can walk to a church. So I think that it is a barrier that perhaps some of these newcomers aren't even mentioning, but I also see places of worship not just as a place to worship, but a community of like-minded people. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you. And you raise a really important point. We are starting to see more places of worship popping up. There is a mosque in the Pembroke area that opened about a year and a half ago. And so we think that when we start to establish more critical mass of our newcomer populations, that will be the next kind of evolution, that those places of worship, those amenities that are paramount to the proper integration of our newcomer population will start to come as well. And so with that, I think that being transparent as we are working towards strategically attracting newcomers to this area is full transparency, that there will be a challenge in some cases for those places of worship, but you know, we anticipate that there will be improvements down the road. So just that transparency, I think, is really important.
Thank you. So I see Amherst Bromley, and then the member from Petawawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden, and through you, thank you immensely to Ms. Buchholz. And I also wanted to comment, I thought that was an outstanding initiative, the reaffirmation in Petawawa. Unfortunately, it conflicted, or I had a conflict that evening because it was something that certainly drew me. I have, by your indulgence, Mr. Chair, a question first and then a comment. So I'm kind of curious on the attraction slide, Ms. Buchholz, it was item number 6, it said concentrating on attracting French-speaking immigrants. And I certainly acknowledge that there are 2 official languages in Canada, that there are still they are the remnants of colonialism, but large parts of Africa, large parts of Southeast Asia still have a Francophone influence. But I am curious why it would be specific to a single language, given that the initiative, I'm sure, has wide open arms for speakers of any language.
That's a great question. So one of our partners is the Réseau Immigration Francophone, who does cover all of Eastern Ontario. And one of the reasons why we reached out to the Réseau Immigration Francophone was because we heard through our community consultations that part of the labor shortage is bilingual French-speaking people. And so we think that there is an opportunity to help address that in some of our public services where bilingualism is necessary. And so this is a wide open, as you said, a wide open attraction opportunity, but there is opportunity to ensure that we are also attracting those who have the multilingual skills necessary for them to be successful in some pretty great employment opportunities here across Eastern Ontario and here in Renfrew and Lanark County.
Supplementary?
Thank you, and thank you very much for that. And as I said, it certainly stands to reason. I understand the concept entirely. Thank you. The other comment that I wanted to raise is this is going to take a whole of society enterprise effort. Mr. Warden, you had identified that it has not been stood up long, but I would suggest it's going to be stood up long. We are just scratching the surface, and I anticipate that this is going to be something that will endure, if not in perpetuity adjacent, let's say, because we are already seeing in the real world, as an example, Japan, which has low levels of immigration, has been a demographically stagnant country, and it is dealing with the repercussions of that. Our replacement rate through birth has long time been insufficient to support our economies, and here we find ourselves. And the reason this is kind of preamble, Mr. Warden, there is no conflict, and I'm very concerned that occasionally we are hearing that one of the things that has led to the housing crisis was the large number of immigrants. The number often cited in Ontario is 500,000. And I think this is, well, I don't think it, I know it. It is a red herring. Certainly we are attracting immigrants, and I shudder to think of what our economy would be if we were not doing so. As an example, we have sitting in the room, of course, the Director of Long-Term Care, Mr. Blackmore. We are engaged in, I think the number may be 20, to seek from offshore immigrants because of the tremendous challenge of attracting workers, certainly into long-term care, but more broadly into healthcare. It's known. We're seeing emergency departments. We're seeing various issues that are cascading through our economy. We know it sitting in this room, whether it be this agency here or the ones that we return to when we are not here, the challenge of seeking recruits into the public sector, at least in the municipal sector. I just also wanted to bring up the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs. They have re-energized. They are engaging with the lower tiers with respect to the housing task force that made representation of the province. I'm just going to read you one of the recommendations that came out of the Housing Affordability Task Force was recommending that the federal and provincial government prioritize skilled trades and adjust the immigration point system to strongly favor needed trades and expedite immigration status for these workers, and encourage the federal government to increase from 9,000 to 20,000 the number of immigrants admitted through Ontario's program. So in fact, what this is telling us is that the challenge to our system, to our economy, is not so much that immigrants are driving the housing shortage, but we don't even have enough skilled trades working in the sector to build houses. So when I am from time to time seeing headlines or hearing discussions that immigration is driving our housing challenges, I think nothing could be further from the truth. And once again, if we were to analyze sector by sector right across our economy, I dare say that we might still find that our immigration targets are insufficient to continue to drive our economy forward. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And just a quick comment before we go to Petawawa, then Whitewater, and then McNabb-Braeside. In watching some of the council YouTube videos about the development charges debates, and they talk about, you know, immigration driving up, taking up some of the homes during the pandemic. It wasn't recent immigrants to Canada that moved to Eastern Ontario and Renfrew County and some of our communities. It was people from the urban areas, and hopefully they were the immigrants to Canada were able to backfill into the spot. So, you know, I think we have to be very careful. I know I do, and then certainly some other communities, when we talk about immigration, we don't have much immigration in Renfrew County. What traditional immigration, what we've had is immigration from within Ontario in the last 2 or 3 years that has moved into some of the rental properties that have been converted to private homes. So if you would bear that in mind when you have your discussions at council, it might be good to educate locally at the same time as we're educating here regionally. So thank you. Mayor, or the member from Petawawa, then Whitewater, and then McNabb-Braeside.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And thank you, Jody, for your presentation. And thank you as well to your organization for all they do in attracting immigrants, trying to integrate them, and as well as retaining them into Renfrew County. My colleagues from Madmaston, Bromley, and Bonnechere raised a good point about new immigrants coming to our country and to Renfrew County and not having their qualifications recognized, even though they are qualified from their home country. I ran into a couple from Syria, and she is an architect and a master of urban planning, but can't get a job here because her qualifications aren't recognized, and would have to go through years and years of retraining and re-education to achieve the level that she already has, which makes it difficult. So there has to be some way we can engage with all levels of government and different professional associations to somehow ease their transition and have their qualifications recognized faster so that they can get to work in their fields here in Renfrew County and in our country. One of the other barriers that you mentioned was the language, of course. And we recently helped sponsor a family from the Ukraine to Petawawa, a mother, a father, and 2 17-year-old twins. He is an IT specialist, business network analyst, and she was an HR specialist. Now, coming here because of the language barrier, they couldn't achieve employment in their fields. Mm-hmm. So somehow we have to, whether it's local school boards or the province or some level of government, to provide them with easier and faster access to English training. And it's difficult for them. They have to work. They have to put food on the table. They have to pay rent, and there's not a lot of time for them to do this English training. So some kind of subsidy to allow them to learn the language a little quicker so they can get jobs in their fields. And it's disappointing that I have to tell you that they were in Petawawa for a year, and 2 weeks ago, they had to move to Hamilton. They loved Petawawa, they loved living here in Renfrew County, but because they couldn't achieve employment in their fields, they felt that they had to move to a larger urban center where the opportunities might be a little better. So it's difficult, I get it, with employers to bring somebody in, and there's also a safety issue as well when the language is not where it should be. But there's got to be ways that we can integrate them into the workforce faster in terms of, you can Google Translate these days on your phone. But I get it. So thanks for all you're doing, and there is still a lot that needs to be done to keep these immigrants here in Renfrew County.
Mm-hmm.
So what I can sorry, Jody, go ahead, please.
I was going to say, if I may, our Immigrant Works initiative with World Education Services, who is the leader in credential evaluations, we are working towards building an advocacy campaign around what are some of the credentials that are relevant to rural Canada, to our communities in particular, that the government needs to know. There needs to be more ease of transition between these formal credentials. And so we do think that not a quick-moving solution, but World Education Services has a pretty big voice around the table, and so we're really glad that we'll have that opportunity to build that advocacy campaign. And to your point around ESL support services, we also see that this immigrant attraction and retention strategy can serve as a document to support funding opportunities where we can access, as a region, funding opportunities to help address some of the gaps that we're seeing, and really, again, to mobilize those opportunities at a municipal level where they currently aren't in every case.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just on that, the two twins wanted to enroll in Canadian University, but had to pass an English competency test. And they were showing me some of the questions that were being asked, and there was a whole section on idioms. And I remember him saying, "What does put all your ducks in a row mean?" And I don't think there are many 17-year-olds in Canada right now that are using that idiom. And there were others like make hay when the sun shines. And I thought, why would that be necessary for new immigrants to get into a Canadian institution of higher learning? So perhaps that needs to be looked at as well, easing the transition for these young students who are highly adaptable and I think would get by if they had to, but can't pass the test to get past step one.
Thank you. And prior to going to Whitewater, just a really quick comment to remind Council that, the member from Petawawa raised this in his initial conversation, we do have under workforce development in our strategic plan to lobby the Ontario College of Trades Skills Trades Ontario to enable the transfer of qualified people from other regions into vacant positions. So that is something our staff will seize at every opportunity to guide us in those conversations, and I'm sure now that Jody's aware of that, we'll get more opportunities. But we did take early steps at AMO, yes, when we spoke with Minister Dunlop, and we talked about the skills and qualifications for paramedics and paramedicine. So we have had some initial conversations with the ministers about other things as well, but it is one of our goals. So just to remind Council that we did target that some 5-6 months ago, I guess, 8 months ago now. It seems like a year ago, or 2 years ago. So prior to moving to Whitewater, I just wanted to bring that into the conversation. So Whitewater, please, and then McNabb Braeside.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just, to remark on Councillor from Petawawa's comments, that actual example of how a family has had to deal with immigration locally. I think that's a great example that we should be advocating for as well. So I would encourage Jody, tell us what we need to. We go to Roma in January, we put some of these voices on the table and do delegations and champion this on behalf of the residents. We face the same problems. We've hosted immigrant families in Whitewater region, and after a very short stay, for simple things as transportation, language barriers, they immediately move to where they're they feel more culturally safe, or there's more resources for them. And regionally, I think we can do better. Westmeath may not be the best spot for an immigrant family right now, but maybe Pembroke or Petawawa is. We can all support them, and then that helps us in turn. So I think the advocacy piece is great. 2 questions, though, for you, Jody. First one is just the Chamber of Commerce. You mentioned, and I can't remember which slide it was, but business and supporting businesses. Our chambers are now, we're seeing a lot more businesses being owned and operated now by immigrant families, whether it's second generation or first generation. They're wanting to join the chamber. They're wanting to. And are you partnering with the chamber, providing the chambers those kinds of resources? Can you speak to that for a moment?
Yes, absolutely. So we actually have 2 of the biggest chambers who are part of, their foundational partners with our Immigrants Works initiative with World Education Services. And part of that that referral process, we see that as being built out as part of this initiative and leveraging the exceptional work of the chambers across the region to be able to help us. Well, I shouldn't even say help us, to essentially own the referral process, because like you said, we are seeing so many amazing immigrant entrepreneurs come into this region, and they want to support. They want to continue to pay it forward like someone might have done for them. And so there's huge opportunities to work with the chambers in establishing these referral networks.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Chair. The other comment I'll make, and it related to the chamber, is that Pembroke hosted this multicultural festival this summer in Pembroke, an incredible event. I had the opportunity to attend. They were recognized by the Upper Ottawa Chamber of Commerce just recently for that event and hosting it. They're planning to continue to do it. I look to the county. Are there ways that we can support or encourage these kinds of multicultural events rather than 17 separate events? Could we look at encouraging more regional ones that we could come together and support these multicultural activities and the immigrants that are going to be participating in them?
Mr. Davis, but I think, we have an active partnership. We're at the table, and so we'll just pitch it over to him.
Thank you, Warden. So very much engaged with our economic development team and our OVTA team, where this is one of our priorities to engage and encourage this collaboration for sure.
Thank you.
If I may as well, Local Immigration Partnership has also initiated, we've done 2 years of what we call Culture Connect, which is kind of a decentralized cultural celebration over the month of June. After our second iteration of this, we felt it was almost limiting it to have it only in June, over the month of June, in various communities, and see it as there being an opportunity to have more of a seasonal approach in different communities. So there might be an opportunity, for us to be part of that as well in how we implement these beautiful pockets of cultural celebration, cultural exploration at different times of the year in different regions across the county.
Thank you. So we'll go to McNabb Braeside, and then unfortunately I'm going to have to shut down the conversation. However great it is, it's just we have some scheduling things that we have to attend to. And so with that, McNabb Braeside.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Jody. And once again, thank you for coming here to lay out this very important issue. And my question is about the housing. I was surprised that it wasn't listed as one of the top, maybe not top four, but one of the four on the slide. Councillor Murphy identified another one. In terms of barriers, but housing seems to be an issue across the province. And how much of a barrier is that? If you could speak a little bit on that. And one of the reasons why I'm asking is that if there was a sudden influx of manufacturing jobs, for example, in the hundreds, and of course it depends where exactly it would be in one of the two counties, but how much of that would be a barrier to getting good, skilled, and unskilled immigrants into the area?
Mm-hmm. So in our strategy, there is dedicated space to both housing and transportation. We do feel that this is kind of outside of the scope of what we can recommend, because we already put recommendations forward. We know that at a county level, at a municipal level, there is some exceptional work that's happening to help address the housing shortage. It will not be a quick solution, but that being said, when we have housing and transportation that are top of some of these barriers, sometimes that shuts down the conversation about some of the barriers that we can actually help to address. Again, housing and transportation are very much so outside of what we feel we're able to contribute towards. And so one thing that I would say about housing, as we move forward with our attraction campaign, it is, again, I think really important to be transparent in what the housing costs, the rental costs would be in this area, and that it could take some time to find appropriate housing. with the conversations related to the type of housing that should be considered as these development opportunities are moving forward, we think that there should be consideration put forward into looking at transitional housing options, where as we see newcomers come into the community, they have a landing place that is safe, that is, fairly comfortable, and that they can live in for a week, a month, a year, while paying towards those accommodations. So the idea is that it would be cost neutral. But it is just that. It's transitional. It gives them the time and the space to be able to find the housing options in relation to possibly their transportation as well. That is going to allow them to more easily integrate into the community, into their place of work and things like that. So I would urge that those who are around the table having conversations about housing to look at different types of housing options outside of the traditional standalone family home or something like that, because there is going to be opportunity for, we hope, moving forward, for that type of transitional housing to be leveraged and to be a real support within the community in truly showing that we're ready to welcome and to be inclusive of newcomers in the community as they transition here.
Thank you. So Jody, of course, thank you very much for your always thought-provoking comments in your presentation. And I mean thought-provoking in the sense that we try and realize what is possible, and then we try and match it to what we should do. And as always, you've given us great information and a path forward. And as I said, we do have a link to our strategic plan, which I think your information is very valuable to buttress it, and then the comments from council. So thank you very much. And I will, with the assistance of the clerk, send out your invite for the seminar, I believe, next week. So we'll send that back out again just to remind people of it, and whoever is available to be a part of that. So thank you very much. Really appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So with that, council, we'll move out to the Truth and Reconciliation event out front. And to our viewing audience, what we will try to do is be back here for 12:45. We will then go into closed for approximately 15 minutes. So I would assume our public portion of the meeting will resume about 1:05, 1:10 at the latest. So with that, if you could join us in the garden. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to receive a mover and a seconder to move into closed. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, we'll go with correspondence. I don't know why I can't get that. Anyway, correspondence, please.
All the relevant correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think I might put that even up above call to order, just so I'll catch it at some point. With the, as I made mention, the closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended for the purpose of A, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried out on or to be carried out on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and a reference Habitat for Humanity, and then a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and it references Keys Public School, Deep River, and the town of Renfrew. So with that, could I have a mover, please? Moved by the council member from Amherst Bromley, second by Killu Haggerty Richards. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, council. And to our public, we'll be going back into closed for approximately 15 or 20 minutes and then into open. Thank you. And good afternoon to our viewing public, and thank you, Council. And I would like to offer apologies. I do that a lot today, it seems. We took a little longer and closed, and again, that's always a good sign. That means we're asking good questions and getting clarification. With that, I'd like to call upon the Chair of Operations, and since the Chair of Operations isn't here, I'll call upon a member from the committee. I'll call on the member from Arnprior to make the report.
Thank you, Warden. Our report starts on page 154. We, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information, Para 1, monthly project status report is attached as Appendix 1. Para 2, capital program variance report is attached as Appendix 2. Para 3 is the Renfrew County Road Supervisors Association Rodeo was held in Petawawa on the 7th of September. Two of our operators were 1 and 2, one being Ryan Fraser from Goshen and Jerry Van Hoer from Southwest Patrol. Paragraph 4 is the bridge naming policy. Paragraph 5 is McMahon Road Culvert County Structure Assumption. As McMahon Road Culvert is a failed state condition and requires replacement this year, our committee directed staff to proceed with a replacement of the culvert under the 2023 capital budget in the estimated amount of $100,000 for the county portion of the project costs. In bylaws, paragraph 6, County Road 512, Foymont Road widening, resolution number OPCC 2309108, moved by chair, seconded by committee that council will adopt a bylaw to acquire property described as part lot 26, concession 14, part 6, on Plan 49 Romeo 20186 in the geographic township of Semastopol, township of Bonnechere Valley, from Andrew Light and Sally Light for the sum of $2,000, and further that the property described as be dedicated as a part of the public highway. Under registration of the transfer documents, the background is listed. All which is respectively submitted by Chair Glenn Doschester, members Dave Bennett, Peter Emo, Dan Lynch, Mark McKenzie, Keith Watt, and Mark Wilmner.
Thank you, sir. And with that, comments, questions, concerns from member of council for item 1. Item 2, you tricked me there, Mr. Brose, scratching your ear. Item number 3. Item 4. Item number 5. And member from Amherst and Bromley, please.
Very briefly, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just want to express appreciation for this moving forward and for the counties participating in this, particularly as it is of some urgent nature. So very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then item number 6, please. The report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report, you've heard the questions, and you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move to the Chair of Health Committee, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And just as a means of preamble, there was a revised Health Committee report that was provided. I would hope that perhaps Council may have that open in front of them, and wish to speak to there is an addendum that was distributed this morning that emanated from this morning's Special Health Committee, and we will get to that at the conclusion. I will be as part of my remarks. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item 1 is there was a presentation on the role of community paramedic, and once again, we are demonstrating in this instance through Commander Amber Haltink and Heather Quinn, the paramedic with Halton Region, the flexibility, the expanding role of community paramedics, and how it has been embraced certainly in our community in the County of Renfrew. Item number 2 is the annual conference long-term care delegation case mix index funding. Very pleased. It was actually not by design, but serendipity that in the midst of the discussion with Don Gallagher-Murphy is the Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Long-Term Care, who is new, by the way. There was a discussion about an investigation at a staff level on trying to arrive at something that would more accurately represent the growing acuity of residents, particularly on intake, but certainly right across the population. And in that meeting, Mr. Blackmore, who was making very cogent and competent and persuasive arguments of how the CMI was failing in its intended role, has been invited to participate in that. So very pleased once again. I think it's important that we have representation from the County of Renfrew as some of these major policy decisions are being made. Item 3 is the Mental Health, Addictions and Homelessness Hub. This is one of the changes from the revised. In fact, the Health Committee, which has the purview in this instance, has already directed staff to draft a terms of reference for this and to investigate funding opportunities. Certainly, this will not be stood up without Council's approval as we move forward, but it is still in the investigative phase, and I think that this is an outstanding initiative that is of great need in our community. And I will say all of those communities that are policed through the Upper Ottawa Valley Detachment will already have seen the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. A very, very, very similar document is anticipated for the all of those municipalities serviced by the Renfrew Detachment. It was the same consultant that was engaged on both of these. The Venn diagram is just about a circle. And all of these items are pretty key principles that are contained within the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as well. So very pleased to see an actual concrete steps being taken towards implementation and adaptation to that plan. Moving on to resolutions, and Mr. Chair, item 4 is long-term care home smoking policy, resolution number H-CC-23-09-104. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize policy G-009, smoking regulations, with a review date of March 1st, 2023, for the County of Renfrew long-term care homes, Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge, remain applicable for an additional 6-month period, and Mr. Warden, the background is attached. Item 5 is the business case for restorative care at Bonnechere Manor, resolution number H-CC-23-09-105. Once again, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the attached business case to support the restorative care staffing complement at Bonnechere Manor by increasing 2 full-time physiotherapy assistant positions from existing part-time hours effective October 22nd, 2023. Once again, the background is attached. Item 6, Mr. Warden, upgrade advanced care nurse call system, phases 2 and 3 at Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-23-09-106, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council award the nurse call system upgrade phase 2 and phase 3 projects as per the County of Renfrew GA-01 Procurement of Goods and Services Policy, Section 20.7, for the quoted price of $175,308.72, exclusive of HST, to Simtel Inc. / Wireless RNA Technology Inc. for KPI software, smart report module, 30 corridor displays and cabling, and integration of Mitel head-end, which was approved through the Miramichi Lodge 2023 capital budget, and once again, the background is attached. Item 7 is the emergency ERV number 4 heat exchanger recommendation for Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-23-09-107, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the reallocation of $11,404 for the emergency repair to the Energy Recovery Ventilation Unit number 4 from the $25,000 previously approved in the 2023 Miramichi Lodge budget for a study of the energy recovery ventilation rooftop system. And again, the background is attached. Beg your pardon, Mr. Warden. Moving on to bylaws. Item 8, Arnprior Regional Health / County of Renfrew Paramedic Service Agreement. Resolution number H-CC-23-09-102. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and CAO Clerk to sign a renewal of the agreement between the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service and Arnprior Regional Health to deploy paramedics in the emergency department. Once again, Mr. Chair, the background is attached. Moving on then to, and I apologize for the numbering, the addendum. So bylaws, this first should be number 9 and subsequently the next one should be number 10. 2023-24 Virtual Care Programs, Virtual Triage and Assessment Center Agreement, Resolution number H-CC-23-09-112. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to amend Bylaw 103-23, signed June 28, 2023, for an amended agreement between the County of Renfrew and Ontario Health for funding to support the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center for the term April 1st, 2023 and ending on March 31st, 2024, which shall be the fiscal year, the provincial fiscal year that is, to include additional funding for physician compensation in the amount of $1,316,250 for a total now of $4,416,250. Once again, the background is attached. Moving on then to item 10, the Memorandum of Understanding between the County of Renfrew and the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Team. Resolution number H-CC-23-09-113, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that the County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and CAO Clerk to sign a Memorandum of Understanding between the County of Renfrew and the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Team for administration of the integrated virtual care component of the VTAC program to provide attachment for previously unattached patients and provide physician services to the VTAC and IVC program. Once again, Mr. Chair, the background is attached, just as perhaps some more context. There is a direct correlation between items 9 and 10 on the addendum. Item 9, if you will, the first bylaw from the addendum, is in fact recognizing the receipt from the province through Ontario Health for the funding of the physicians and the administration. And item number 10, the second component, is with respect to the then ensuing follow-on where this shall be administered through the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Team. All of which is respectfully submitted, Mr. Chair, by myself as chair and committee members, Emo, Grills, Yon, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. To Council, questions, comments, concerns on the report? Item number 1, and congratulations to Commander Haltink. We have come to expect excellence from our employee groups, from the various divisions. And we like to see these things come forward where they're representing us in, especially in specialized fields. So it's quite gratifying, and congratulations to them, and congratulations to the leadership of the County of Renfrew on the corporate side over the years to encourage this. I know it's easy for us to sit in chambers and expect it should occur, but the conditions have to be right for that to occur. So thank you to our managers and our directors for allowing these opportunities and encouraging them. Number 2, the AMO conference. I appeared before the minister or ministry staff 4 times during the conference in various capacities, and I think they were sick of me, but they were quite polite. So, yes, sir.
Sorry, Warden, and through you to council. Actually, this is a really good news story, as I brought up at the time of the committee. the importance of going to AMO and making those relationships. And the result of that that meeting was an offhanded conversation or an offhanded remark from one of the members of the chief of staff or upper staff members, who said, "Oh, by the way, we're having committees getting together in the next little while," and it triggered a few things amongst us afterwards, and led to a follow-up email and conversation, of which, as the committee report suggests, is that now Mr. Blackmore is sitting on a provincial steering committee to discuss funding models and how to move forward with provincial funding. So I'm very happy that Mr. Blackmore is part of that discussion, and again, the importance of going to AMO and making these relationships work. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item number 3. Item number 4. 5. I'm sorry. The member from Armborough. I was busy. One member was scratching his ear. The other one was tugging at her hair. So I'll have to admit, I was quite distracted here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Warden. My question was there a mistake on the date of March 1st, 2023? When you had 6 months, we're already there. We're past that. Would that be March of 2024?
Thank you.
Through you, Warden. Councillor, so it's been in effect since March. So we've gone through the 6-month period. So we're looking, this is the 6-month extension until March 1st, 2024. Right.
Thank you. And then item number 5, please. Item number 6. Item number 7. Item number 8. Item 9. And item 10. The report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report, the questions, and the explanations, Council. I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move to the Chair of Development and Property, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Economic Development Strategic Planning. And the Economic Development Division is collaborating with Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation to undertake a strategic planning exercise for the creation of a 3-year economic development strategic plan for the region. This is a good news story as well, as it provides Economic Development Division with cost savings in consultant fees, reducing redundancies in surveys, etc. And the rest of the background information is included there. Just give me a second. I'm having some, I'm working off of a different computer that I'm not used to.
You want this one?
Hard copy.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. Item number 2 is the
You got lost.
is the Tourism and Hospitality Employer Pulse Survey. And again, the Tourism Skills Ontario has launched its biannual Tourism and Hospitality Employer Plus Survey. This is gathering data and insights to better understand businesses' key challenges and barriers and ongoing recovery efforts. Again, it's quite a thorough report. Item number 3 is the Travel Trade Familiarization Tours. And once again, the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association's travel trade efforts were promoting La Chute Champlain itinerary and 2 familiarization tours with scheduled occurring highlights, various experiences and tourism operators along the route. Item number 4 is Bridges to Better Business Small Business Week. And again, there's some week-long series included Enterprise Renfrew County in partnership with Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation has had the week-long series October 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th on how to facilitate business development, etc. Item number 5 is the 1030 Lee Street New Build Progress Report. And as the report indicates, the first, second, and third level walls and roofing are framed, and the work continues, and the subgrade parking lot was installed. And again, the changes to date total $94,000 with a revised construction value of $3.2 million. Item number 6 is the prime agriculture mapping. And again, County Council had a question regarding prime agriculture mapping. The areas that were designed in the County of Renfrew plan, this is all identified in the background information. Moving to resolutions, item number 7, resolution number DP-CC-23-09-103, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve county staff to work with the Pembroke and Area Airport Commission and their selected consultant to assist with their strategic economic development efforts and bring back a report to County Council. Again, the background is there, as well as the presentation that we heard this morning. Item number 8 is the Boncher Manor Seniors Village concept and the public-private partnership. Resolution number DP-CC-23-09-107, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council directs staff to develop the concept of a modular seniors village at Boncher Manor, Town of Renfrew, and bring back options, including funding, to Council for consideration, and further that staff work with the Town of Renfrew on this concept. Again, the background is there. And resolution number 9 is the Town of Deep River Affordable Housing Initiative. Resolution number DP-CC-23-09-108, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council to direct staff in partnership with the Town of Deep River to present and negotiate an offer to purchase the former Keys Public School property for the purpose of community and/or residential use. Again, the background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To members of council, comments, questions, concerns on item number 1, item 2, item 3, sorry, item number 4, item number 5. If anybody's had the opportunity to take a look at the Zen City webpage, they'll be very impressed with the progress. Item number 6. Item number 7. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I know it. It's just it's slow today. It's not fully engaged. Thank you very much. Because this is an investigative, I have some reservations because I'm uncertain, notwithstanding even the pretty comprehensive report that was provided this morning. I'm uncertain at this point what the ask is. I'm presuming that what this is suggesting is that there's an expertise here with respect to applications for grants, et cetera. I will, as typically the person who is the first to recognize procedure and order, we only have this resolution in front of us, so I want to be very careful to confine it to the resolution that is before us. I very much look forward to a very robust engagement when there's a report put together at an ensuing council meeting. But for this one, I'm certainly in support of this. The wording I would suggest is staff to work with the Pembroke area. I'm certainly prepared for the staff to engage. I think that wordsmithing is not required at this instance, but I think through the questions that I had posed earlier today, I do have some reservations should we get to a point where there is going to be a financial commitment. However, that's not before us today. So on this, I am in support of this resolution.
Thank you. Member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. I'm in support of this resolution as well, with a comma that the Arnprior Airport's in the same boat as the Pembroke Airport. Although we're not a certified airport, we'll never have passenger service, but we do all the other amenities, the OPP, the hydro, and all those type of people. So if there's some sort of a plan that we can assist to Pembroke, if we could use that formula to help out Arnprior as well. Thank you.
Could I suggest two possible alternatives? One is that Arnprior send us a note asking for a delegation of committee or council, and then just give us an update on where they are, and then secondly, ask for the same kind of support, because I think not to short the discussion that we had at committee, but we talked about it being a sector approach, similar to what and I mentioned a bit this morning about agriculture and forestry and the home builders. So, I think if Arnprior has an interest in a similar arrangement, then it's probably best that they formalize it. Thank you. Member from Petawawa and then Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And yeah, I'm in support of this as well. And there may be some wordsmithing complications with this resolution, but I think in the end, this is just a fact-finding mission. It's a chance for county to go out and sit down with the Airport Commission. And as you said earlier yourself, Warden, there are some facts and figures and statistics and asset management and strategic plan data that is missing from the conversation. And that would give our staff a chance to sit down with them and see what's going on and what's coming up and what we can do to assist in any way that we can.
Thank you. And then Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll echo. I'm in support of it. I'm also in support of looking at it holistically to include airport services across the county, including Arnprior, should they also wish to participate. I think it's without doubt, and we saw in the presentation today, and even from our own personal experiences, whether that's from a health perspective, hearing about Orange or other industry, there's no doubt that these airports provide a significant service to our residents and the companies that exist here. They also support huge elements of our province and federal government. So when staff take a look at this, from my perspective, I'd be curious to know, relative for these kind of regional airports, how much funding is typically provided from assessments versus business sales tax, the revenues that might be collected by other levels of government. Just to understand, without doubt we need it, but how are airports typically funded? Thank you.
So I think we might be racing just a little too far ahead, because right now what we're being asked for is to paraphrase, areas of cooperation, and then when they do ask for funding, then I think that's a separate question. But so I think if we solve the first question first, which is how can we work together and make sure we get the information, so that, as I said, I don't want to write a letter that says they're nice people and they brush your teeth. I'd like to write a letter and say, they bring X number of dollars into the community, they generate this, they need this for their going forward on a 15-year plan. So we saw the presentation this morning. We heard there was a lot of benefit, but I saw emojis, I didn't see numbers. And so that, those are the kinds of things we'll have to get back from them a little later on, because we didn't see numbers. And then we've got this splash sheet here which has some new numbers, so that's good news that we have something to play with. But so I think our first step is to have staff, as the motion says, investigate, in essence, to paraphrase it, how we can work together. And then the second step would be if they ask for funding. So that's kind of what I read from the report and the recommendation. And if I'm wrong, I can accept that.
No, I'm perfect. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Is there anything further on that? So with that, can we move to item number 8 and questions, comments, concerns? And item number 9, please. The report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report, the questions and comments, and with that, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move to Finance and Admin, please. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Finance and Admin Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. And I have two kind of sad information items, although not sad to the new employees of OMERS. Number one, Jeff Foss, our Director of Corporate Services, is retiring as of December 15th, and you will notice that he's missing out on budget, which, I realized right away. But Jeff, I know that we all wish you all the best. And number two, Laura Lepine, the Director of our Community Services, is retiring on January 12th, 2024, also missing out on budget. So hope you enjoy your retirement. No, guys, both of you, my sincere thanks for everything that you've done for this committee and your committee, Laura, and congrats on a much-deserved retirement. Number three is the OEMC conference, which a few people went to. Number four, everybody's favorite topics, the 2023 tax rate summary, the 2023 taxable and PIL levy by levy type, and number 6, the 2023 levy summary support, where you can all see where you land in the 17 of us. Number 7 is MPAC. This, of course, is a hot topic right now, and I did include in my Roma report a little more because if we're taken to the end of 2024, in 2025, we're going into a provincial election cycle. So we're pretty much assured they're not going to do it 2025, certainly not 2026. So does that land us in 2027, which is in fact 11 years. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. Number 8, as everyone knows, the news release from the Ministry of Health, and everybody heard at AMO, that we are returning to the 75-25 provincial municipal funding model. The devil will be in the details, so more to follow. Number 9 is the Watson and Associates development charges. I know that we were given an extension for our comments, so thank you for that. I hope everybody got their comments in for the development charges. Number 10 is a resolution for service delivery review. It's resolution number FACC 23-09-79, moved by myself as chair and seconded by committee, that County Council approve that Strategy Corps Inc. be enlisted to provide an update to the 2020 service delivery review at an estimated quotation of $30,555, excluding HST, as a strategic review of the county's organizational structure, and that funding for this initiative come from the provision for unallocated funds. And number 11 is the 2024 budget schedule, resolution FAC, I think that should be CC, 23-09-81, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the 2024 budget guidelines with a 3% annual levy target increase, and attached is the 2024 budget schedule. We also are going to have a special meeting of County Council on Thursday, November 9th. Put it in your calendars, it's not to be missed, to have a presentation on our county's asset management plan. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, Yon, and Mayville. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council on item number 1? And again, Mr. Foss, congratulations, and I know that you'll be an ardent watcher of YouTube wherever you are on holidays. At the last Wednesday of every month, and I would like to congratulate you on an exemplary career. We were teasing each other this morning where he noted I'd agreed with him, and I sent back, I've always agreed with you. And so it's always been a pleasure to deal with you, and I've learned a lot over the years. I probably should have learned more, but that's on me. Certainly, nobody can doubt your energy and dedication to the corporation, and I've admired your ability to make presentations with a steadfastness and not be distracted by the noise that we create in the chambers around you. So congratulations. Hope you have a wonderful retirement. Please don't forget us. Come back and golf in the Warden's Tournament like all the other alumni, and we'll certainly appreciate you. Thank you. And item number 2, Ms. Lapine, I've had the good fortune to know Laura since the early 2000s in a variety of settings. And again, someone who has been homegrown in essence through her department, rising from an introductory status at the front end as the thin edge of the wedge, so to speak, and dealing with customers firsthand, through to quite a visionary manager and director who has guided us in some very significant strategic investments and programs that we've been able to leverage to better our community. And so very quiet source of information and quiet advice, and I've certainly appreciated it. And I know most recently when we went to the AMO homelessness symposium, where we were both remarking on just how the sector had exploded and accepted new ideas and new ways of doing business, and I very quietly noted that she had been doing that as well, but just hadn't been offered the fanfare or looked for it. So thank you very much for your management of community services, but also of the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio. It's diverse, it's complicated, it's old, and you've allowed us to offer very good services to our clients in all of our divisions. So thank you, and I hope you enjoy lots of travel, and fully expect that we'll bump into you in the community and hear more about it. So thank you. And number 3, the OEMC conference. And item number 4. Item number 5. Item 6. Item 7. Item 8. Item number 9. I should note I've been watching a lot of YouTube, and it's been quite interesting, various council meetings. So thank you for that opportunity. If anybody has one coming up, let me know, and if I have time. Item number 9, I mentioned. Item number 10, and item number 11. And again, thank you very much to Treasury for indulging me on that extra council meeting. With that, any comments, questions, concerns on the report? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor?
Can I move it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Sorry. I'm too busy shuffling papers out of the pile. My apologies. Could you move it, please?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. So you heard. So as some really smart person had noted, you heard all of this before. I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. I think it's a bit of an end product of going to Cornwall for 7 o'clock Monday night, not getting home till about midnight, and a council meeting until 10:30 last night. So I think I've lost my grip a little bit. And so with that, we'd move to item number 13, which is bylaws. And if I could have a mover that the bylaws listed on item 13 and attached hereto on the County Council agenda dated September 27, 2023, be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. I would take the member from Greater Madawaska and the member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. And we'll move to item number 14, which is the Association of Municipalities report. I have a meeting tomorrow and Friday. So part of what I do is I make a presentation to both the Rural Caucus and the County Caucus, because I belong to both of them, on issues that are of concern. And one of the issues I'll be bringing forward will be the revision of the public health funding formula, and making sure we get some clarity on the 100%, the new 100% programs that are now 70, 75, 25. So I think there's going to be a problem there. And then also, there is a suggestion that the monies for mergers is there, and the understanding is that it could end up not being voluntary at some point down the road. You'll see that in the alpha documents. So I'll need some clarity. But if there are other issues, if you could send them to me by Friday morning at 7:30 when I go to breakfast with them, that I could bring forward. They have to be of a regional nature, so I can stretch some of your concerns into a regional nature. But regional natures, some of the things we've talked about in the past have been busing, school closures, bigger things that affect your community and likely another community in Ontario somewhere. So if there is something that you think I should be stressing, please get it to me by 7:30 as I'm walking into breakfast, and I'll bring it up. But I will be putting some other things in my report as well. And you'll get a full report next meeting from me. Thank you. Chalk River Stewardship Council and member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. The report's on page 188. The Warden mentioned most of the collaboration in the new building. Of note that we had 4 guest speakers, one being the President CAO of AECL, which is Mr. Deermecker, and he reported that they have 5 15-year agreements with the Algonquins of Ontario and the Algonquins of Piwakanon for the use of CNL land, and is to be reviewed every 15 years. There's an opportunity that maybe Council can look at that agreement to see how we can move that within our municipality. Our next meeting is tomorrow, 28th, via Zoom, and the next in person is on the 12th of October. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we'll move to the Eastern Ontario Regional Network.
Mr. Warden, our meeting was yesterday afternoon, so that did not give me the 48 hours that I needed to get my report in. Thank you.
Thank you. And next would be FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the member from Deep River, if he's still on the line.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Warden. I apologize if my audio is not great. I hope you can hear me fine. I haven't been able to put together my council report for our series of meetings that took place over the first 2 weeks of September. I'm working on that, which were done virtually, well, as we couldn't travel. So, but I did want to highlight one thing. There was a resolution that came forward, and it was categorized as Category A concurrence, which means it falls within the federal government's jurisdiction and it's of a national interest. And it was adopted, which means it becomes FCM policy. And that's with respect to FCM will be advocating on behalf of volunteer firefighters across this nation to give them a 1/3 tax credit on any remuneration that they're provided for. So that's something that will be ongoing. I just wanted to highlight that, and I'll give more details in my report that I'll have ready in October. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have the ROMA, or Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thanks, Gwen, for sending this out on Monday morning. Although it wasn't in your package, it was emailed separately. So the Warden and I went to Waterloo on September the 14th, where we had a strategic planning brainstorming session. It was our very first one, and Pat Vanini led it. It was very fast-paced. The Warden and I were in separate working groups, so we got to divide and conquer. So our new strategic plan will be completed by December. And on the Friday, we had our board meeting, which included a report on trains and drains, the Teeny Tiny Summit, and discussion around 2024 meeting dates and places. We had an AMO policy update with regard to the PPS, with regard to public health, reverting back to the 75-25 split, but details have not been revealed. And of course, there is a push to have health units amalgamate. We did hear yesterday in our Board of Health meeting that Dr. Morgenstern did tell us basically what we heard at the Roma board, that any area with less than a 500,000 population should be amalgamating. And the problem with that is our geography. It's not reasonable for us not to have RCDHU as a standalone, but that's a tomorrow problem. MPAC appears to be stalled in the province, which I spoke about earlier. We were provided an update on the access to services, which was an online survey. There were 186 responses, and this is of no surprise to anybody. Homelessness, primary care physicians, walk-in clinics, mental health and addictions were the top. I also asked Gwen to attach the slideshow from the region of Waterloo. I really hope that you all take a moment to go through this. It was very interesting. What is not in the slide deck is that the region owned this lot of land. So the build was about $2.3 million for 50 units and a main building. And in the end, it ended up, the total asset is $4 million, 100 municipally taxed initiative. So something to keep in the back of your mind when we're talking about how to fund these initiatives. And we had a delegation from the BIA Uptown Waterloo, some initiatives that they're doing with their unhoused population or their marginalized population, and some of the businesses that operate there. They are a fairly urban area, so getting the businesses together, there wasn't a lot of urban sprawl, and it's a fairly new program. They've got program street outreach and tiny home takeouts. And that is my report, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. And any questions, comments, concerns? Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty Richards, please.
I didn't want to scratch my ear.
Quick on the draw.
Just a point of comment. If you turn to page 6 on Jennifer's Waterloo Pro package, as a child, 50-some years ago, I used to play in that park. And it was one of the most pristine parks you ever seen. Trees, picnic tables, green grass, and if you look at page 6, that's where it's come. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none on this section, we'll move to notice of motions. And the member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would just like to provide notice that at the next council meeting, I'll be bringing forward a motion to rescind, as per section 65 of the procedural bylaw, the decision made by council with respect to the formula for the billing of the fire dispatch system. This motion is being made in light of new information that has become available to the town of Petawawa and the town of Deep River. Would you like me to give some background?
Yes, if you don't mind, please.
Okay. So at our last meeting, we had a good discussion and a vote on the payment system for the fire dispatch. And in light of this new information, and in fairness, when we do a vote, the democratic process should be fair and equitable. The figures that we voted on were incorrect. So based on the new information, we voted on weighted assessment, and the figure used for the town of Petawawa was $2.419 billion. $770 million of that weighted assessment is on Garrison Petawawa, including the north side and south side rental housing units. The Garrison has their own fire department and their own fire dispatch system, so that they do not use the county's dispatch system. And likewise, in the town of Deep River, $660 million of their weighted assessment, $220 million of their weighted assessment is on CNL property. They have their own fire department, and they use their own fire dispatch system. So the discussion was had and the vote was made based on figures that may have been a little bit incorrect. So therefore, that is my reason for bringing forward this notice of motion to rescind.
Thank you, and I'm assuming that, I'm assuming that you will provide that as background information in a document as we get closer again, just to remind us.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll even have more updated figures in light of the Deep River situation as well.
Thank you. Member from Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps through you to Mr. Kelly. In fact, I'm fairly certain that the motion, so the motion is not in front of us, that it is a notice today. And I don't know if our procedural bylaw distinguishes. Typically, when an action of council is to be revoked, rescinded, it must be moved by someone that had voted in the majority. In this instance, Councillor Service did not. Having said that, I am more than happy to engage with appropriate numbers. I think that the process that Councillor Service is proposing, first off, is out of order. Second off, I think it is much more formal. I think that Mr. Foss just yesterday had sent, I think yesterday, perhaps the day before, had distributed a spreadsheet that identified the variance identified for the town of Petawawa. I don't believe that that incorporated any of the change from Deep River. What I would suggest is the resolution that was adopted 1 month ago was with respect to the chart that was attached, whatever that chart is. I think that perhaps through committee that the appropriate information can be brought forward and then ultimately brought to council rather than the formal process that Councillor Service is proposing, because in fact, as I had argued to that today, it is appropriate to do an assessment, and if in fact there's new information that identifies that there are areas of the assessment that are already providing fire services and do not participate in this, that it is only appropriate to remove them from the overall formula. But I think that Mr. Kelly, could probably be done at a staff level and come back through the, in this instance, that was brought forward through the Operations Committee, I believe. Whether we wish to bring that forward in the October process through Operations, or alternatively, now that it's been passed, if we wish to view that through F&A, either one of those I would be amenable to and certainly disposed towards adjusting the formula, but I would propose an alternate course of action.
Thank you. If you could give us just a couple seconds here, just trying to find some. So you're suggesting it's out of order, and if I'm sorry, I was reading and listening. If you could remind me why you suggested that. So
I do not know if our procedural bylaw distinguishes between revoking and rescinding. Ultimately, the procedure is that the intent is that a councillor, in this instance, that was on the side that did not prevail is not afforded the opportunity for council to re-engage on that. If in fact there was a councillor that did vote in the majority, that is the appropriate process, but it would had to have been someone that, in order to move the resolution to rescind, it would have to be a party that did vote with the majority. In this instance, Councillor Service, Councillor McKenzie, and Councillor Watt, I believe, voted in opposition to that resolution.
Okay, and what I can suggest to you is looking at our procedural bylaw, and I'm looking specifically, I took a look at 64 and 65 because I thought maybe reconsideration, but that doesn't count. 65 says, the purpose of a motion to rescind is to annul some action council has previously taken. Any action of council can be rescinded regardless of the time that has elapsed. A motion to rescind must be supported by 2/3 majority of the members present.
So there is, within our procedural bylaw, then there is not a provision. Typically that provision is in place because we could we could be constantly having motions introduced from positions that did not prevail. That is the intent behind that. In this instance, then, it is not out of order. Should Councillor Service wish to continue, I still would suggest that a much less formal process would be appropriate than if, in fact, Councillor Service was to introduce that motion at the end of the month, then it's a month away. So ultimately, I think that we could probably do that through our normal channels.
So yeah, I wouldn't bother ruling on that. I think by reading it out and your acknowledgement that, you know, and that might be something to take a look at in, as we review the procedural bylaw in the future, is a clause in 65, number 1, that talks about some kind of a process. So with that, then Councillor Service, your notice of motion still stands. If you feel you want to pursue the path that was suggested by the member from Madison Bromley, where it goes back through committee and then comes back to council for the next meeting. Either way, it's going to come to council the next meeting. So it's your prerogative, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I am amenable to the easiest solution and the one that results in the least amount of work on staff. So if that's sending it back to staff to have another look at it, then I'm amenable to taking that route. Or if it's keeping my motion on the floor, if that's easier on staff.
If I may, I know this is going to surprise people, but I kind of like structure sometimes, and this is, I think, an issue that's going to be quite interesting. So if you were amenable to it, I would suggest to go back to committee for a more fulsome report with your information included in it and some comparators, if that's okay.
Then let's do it that way.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other members' written motions? And new business. And the member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through the collaboration of the county and the town of Arnprior, the intersection of Daniel Street South, Edie Street, and Galvin Street realignment has been completed, and there it is. So when you're visiting Arnprior off of 417, you can flash down Daniel Street and hit our downtown parks, library, museum. Well done on behalf of staff and our town staff in making this thing work. The second news, which is not good news, is the Grove expansion in the town of Arnprior for long-term care has been put on hold due to budget concerns. $1 billion to expand. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can just add, I've been through that intersection a number of times. It now looks like it's not new. Like, it looks like it's always been there and just been refreshed. And I think if you come up Edie Street and see the gentle curve that's to your left, it would curve. If you turn now, it would curve to your left a bit and then the right, and it's safe. It's in a nice, efficient intersection. So congratulations to the town for the conception of it, and then also for the execution. Are there any other bits of new business? Seeing none, I'd like to beg your indulgence for a minute. I'm announcing today that I'd like to seek the chair of Warden again for next year. I hope that what we've been able to accomplish is satisfactory to you this year. It's been interesting and fun, quite frankly. You know, I'm very humbled to sit in this chair. It's a pleasure, but I recognize that I have obligations beyond just being the warden. As a political figure, you have a responsibility to the corporation, and you've allowed me to and supported me in doing that. So I'd like to request your support at a later date. Thank you very much. And with that, the confirmatory bylaw, please. I could have a mover and seconder that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on September 27, 2023, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. And that would be bylaw number 126-23. Mover, please. Member from Greater Madawaska, second by the member from Head Clare-Mariah. Discussion? I'm sorry, Member Madison Bromley.
Just for clarity, the agenda report identifies it as 124-23.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There were two new bylaws added today after the special meeting, so the agenda is updated to 126.23. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. And with that, we won't be meeting again until after Thanksgiving. I hope everybody has a chance to rake their lawns, take the docks out in the ice cold water, all those really neat Thanksgiving things you do, as well as enjoy some turkey and some football. And so with that, if I could have a motion to adjourn, Member Boncher Valley, second Member Hamilton Bromley. Again, thank you very much for your attendance outside at this ceremony. You were quite respectful, and I think we all took it as an opportunity to learn and to be part of something that was special. So again, thank you for that. And with that, motion to adjourn, all in favor? Opposed, none, it's carried. Thank you very much.